on. Oh, shit. One single. Yep. That's about right. Alright, real quick. What have we got with the rest of us? We've got Escorp. Right. That's exactly. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks, I appreciate everybody else having better stuff than me. Real quick, because I don't think we're up type 4 this guy yet. Let me just... 4 poise, 2 bleed count, 2 bleed. Oh, game 3 poise count, nice. 1 bind, 1 trust, a stack 3. Spread damage. That's pretty good actually. God damn. What the fuck? Gain 2. Oh, gain 2 plus count. 6 plus. 2, 2, 2 plus, 2 haste. Oh shit. Well then. 2, 1. Gain 5, gain plus 3 count. 1 bind, 2 plus bleed, 2 bleed. 3, 1, 1. Okay. It's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, did not expect it to be... Like, this itself is pretty good. Is that one? In a clash against enemies that have trust only clash power +1. 1 bleed, gain 2, gain 1 poise. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm most excited about this guy. I think I'm most excited to get him. But, with that said, we're just gonna upload this raw. Let's go get into it. Let's get the full monastic experience, shall we? One of the event bonus units. Great, I have none of those. I have those. I don't have Don. Huh. Weird. I thought I had Don. Oh. Alright, stages. What's first? Consultation session. Right then. It's gonna be exciting. Let me just check one thing before we actually do anything. Okay, it's live. Sick. Sick. So buckle up, everybody. This is about what, 3-4 hours? I'm pretty sure you said, Shady. So yeah, we're just gonna upload this live as a VOD rather than make it a video. So yeah, enjoy. No, wait, for this one, we should go about it like... Oh, she's saying Dante. No, he was in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? Yeah, we're bringing back that voice back now. I should answer your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is Vicina's combat performance deteriorating beyond the manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad. But I'm looking at Don going, reel it back. It's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Roger's shopping chat has started to get a little distracting. Yo, Roger mentioned, let's go. A few days after we entered Endcorp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of Endcorp. to take care of a distortion case. Like detectives! This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but Kim distorted again, so distortion's literally cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that. And I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Okay, thank God it's at least 6 teams rather than, yeah, here's 3 here, 4 there, 2 there, 3 there. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yi Sang, and the Goat were on their way back to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scrapped down to the bottom, Roger and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. So basically sweets for Karen. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there were no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this wasn't the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. Almost like she was foreshadowing some certain event. There were times before when she'd spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners, or me. Could it be? You have no friends? You can't access the Gesell shaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Well, first of all, Dante's smart as fuck. Yes, right, I'm glazing Dante now. Weird switch up in the big 2026. 2, you look sad. Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. Going into Valor, by the way. It appears there remains occasions in which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. Look, I like you, but don't insult me, please. I might like that. So I was right, you really are cut off from the Gesell shaft. This is not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can't tell the access to Gesell shaft, it may as well be that she can. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. But we should get Dante like an anime voice. Not like the one I've been doing, but like Midoriya from My Hero. I'm like, right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, but at first I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Araya Shiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, I'm going back to the anime voice. Fuck. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why would my memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Fuck, I'm doing it again. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to. Ooh. Speculation based on your experience with a bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to your recovery of your former memories. Manager. I wish I could do female voices. But don't just sound like the same one tried, tired voice. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Huh. Bongi? Yes. Bongi. It's like... Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you have accumulated to the term of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of a road, at the end of hell, where devils may cry. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of a road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Ooh. Yo, shit, me neither. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even if it's an object. But if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly. Obsessively. Desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge. But with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you may yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing in one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Osa's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Roger's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. I'm pretty sure they will be. Okay, first of all, you've left Ryoshu and Roju. Okay? I would trust either of those two to not fuck up somehow. Ryoshu because it's Ryoshu, and Roju because she's gonna eat the wrong thing. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every center status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'll be able to cast a wide net when information gathering and employ previously enabled tactical patterns. Right. I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Clifford to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries, his team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Roju, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How does she manage that with a huge baguette? That's what I mean. Now this is his group. Let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD? Then that guy over there must be... the love of my life, Bangbu Kim. Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? It's going to be like the Squidward thing. Where it's like, just imagine him in his underwear. And it's like Bamboo Hand Kim shows up and he's like, oh no, he's hot. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with him too. Let's end the consultation here. You fucking bitch. Bro just doesn't want to go through all the bureaucratic stuff. And you know what? Based. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, I'm to request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. I just have to see how handsome he is. But I wouldn't say it's not serious. That's cool. A bit of map there. I like it. I like Dante's room. It's a cool room. Rendezvous. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis' command calls have been working out well enough. Obviously, it's Otis. I'll give her that. You watch the whole line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. What a great face. Why are you waving your hand of all of the and hand signals? Huh, what signals? Ooh. What's swinging around sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? Alright. It's scatter, damn it. So, scatter. That was close, we almost got flanked. Damn it, even rookers with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all... Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Shut the fuck up, Sinclair. Can we get Canto 3 Sinclair back? Yo, Rex, how you doing? Damn it. Can we get Canto 3 Sinclair back? That guy was fucking cool. This guy is a pussy. Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of his chivalric elegance. Yet, when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching right hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that of all the personnel of the team, only the Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. She is a 2,000-year-old hag. He's a pussy. You're pretty cool. Ishmael's Ishmael, you know. We do. And nails. And nails. Don't forget the nails. I know what I'll do tomorrow. Speaker Lucy's. See, I don't know when the Walpurgis is. But I'm most likely gonna... I need a new Ishmael unit. Hopefully we get enough currency from this to actually get the ego. It's the only thing I really want is the ego. Everything else is just... Honestly speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? Oh, I only picked it up during my sailing days. Tisk! This is unacceptable. After all the operations, all of you have been deployed under my lead. My lead? You're also ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't even think Dante would know these signals. Yeah, might as well be splitting hairs. Literally. That's supposed to be arrow to warp in like 4 weeks. Oh shit, let's go. Warp in 4 weeks. We're gonna get the thumb just before then as well. That's the warp, mate. Let me get really sad for this one. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis' instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Sorry, that was really upset for you saying. Oh shit. Loudspeaker. Alright, Megaton landed. Slam. Pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, are you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Sinclair, you fucking powerbomb. Not even a powerbomb, it's just a bomb. Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent. The floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipients of a wasping. Did she just fucking cannonball off a building to join us? Are we being serious? That's build buildings should be 2026. I will spend shards to build bamboo. I need to upside 4 bamboo hide Kim. I'm like 100 shards away. No, sorry, 50 shards and 50 redstone. Don't worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? I used to pray for times like these. More salt on the screen. The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Kid, you checking the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Oh, their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire. This one appeared to be a sweeper. And that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on. Probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh. Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the tasks to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, because every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude. I mean, Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim's also here. So.
He's okay now?
Sinclair, you suck the life out of every scene you're in. Sure he is. You'd be surprised once you just see how okay he is now. He got, therapy from Moses, who basically said, hey, get over it. Just like Gregor. But last time you said he was still under treatment. Sorry.
But last time you said he was still under treatment.
To be precise, I believe Miss Ong-Du stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha! That's right. We're fucking hating him. What's this? Big fan of loudspeaker, large woman. Holy hell. Loudspeaker's almost as tall as Mersal. Go ahead and say, Mamma Mia. I hear future ego synergistic IDs. Oh, you fear future ego? I don't know. I think... Actually, let's finish this segment before we go back to that Arctic. ... question mark. You get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Ah, you have arrived. Oh, it's blinding. Hold up, that's pretty fucking sick though. Hold up. I gotta get a screenshot of that. Give me a sec. That's sick. Have I seen the post about Lineage Otis S1 rolling a 21? I have not. This is what I mean, by the way, with I'm not that feared about it. Mostly because if they do that in the future, it can solve some issues with former people, like the Liu Association. Imagine if they had a synergistic ego for the Yi-Sang ID. That would be pretty cool. You could even do the same for the Blood Fiends, believe it or not. Blood Fiends are pretty cool. Maybe some She, some 2 stars, who knows?
It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy.
You have a warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. But what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, lady loudspeaker. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I've yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings, and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? I have not been yet afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade Lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. They all died. Switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. First of all, I'm excited to see her new arms. Secondly, who is this handsome motherfucker? Thirdly, dope. Okay. Well, that context is technically a fraction. Yeah, exactly. The Warp Crew W Corp can finally be good. Maybe. We'll see. Now, that's has to be built like a brick shithouse low-key because she was just tanking with Tyson Canto 9. Absolutely. I mean, she cannonballed off a building. That's already pretty tanky. Goodness, he's so handsome. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. What the fuck? Hold up. These motherfuckers. They got us. They got us so fucking good. I'm out here thinking, interesting. We got Bebe Hakim. Who's this guy? Alright. Yeah, exactly. Awestruck, fucking you're goddamn right. Listen, I'm not gay, but Bamboo-Hatted Kim is Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Holy shit. Let me just check one thing. Yeah, that's definitely working. Okay. Yep. That's me. The record scratch. Yep. That's me. You ever wonder how I got into this suit? Well, let's take it back. Guess I'd say pleased to meet you, folks. Holy shit, I did not expect that. Is Bamboo... I mean, let's just say my bamboo is rising now. How many nodes is this, by the way? How many nodes? In fact, hold on, let me... Because that was only 14. So I'm expecting this one to be... less? I wonder what that figure's then. Okay, so... How you doing, Dabby? You just missed the most handsome man in all of Project Moon games. Absolutely. Please make your lineage, don't drive against Yinglong. Pray emoji. We won't. More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. But Bamboo-Hatted Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality is even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is bamboo-hatted Kim?
Yeah, but we double-checked with last speaker, and she said he really is the same guy.
Whoa, that fire in your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Can you... Okay, can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. You literally have a clock for a head that is on fire. I would be surprised if you don't get molested every 20 seconds by random people. But yo, I want to see this. Lots of taking and talking going on. Like, why is he so handsome? Exactly, it's like, it feels so unfair to put anybody next to Kim, but especially Sinclair. Sinclair is basically Clavicle after the nose job right now. I've just lost all form of aura. Further confirmation will be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Give me 1 second. No, Mersault absolutely mugs. Oh god, don't get twisted. I think Mersault's just gonna... is quite handsome. Not as handsome as Heathcliff, mind you. Heathcliff, British representation, come on. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told you were a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. That's nice. That's nice. Yo, Hans, how you doing? Yo, is the quiet brooding type. Yeah, that's why he's perfect. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There. Don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. Dante can sigh. Huh. I also told him that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Ongdu? Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yeah, I spoke no falsehood, although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization. You are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter, to even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master, but not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case. Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell. How many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to the Limbus Company. True. Why did Val not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass clear of the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider-Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she was conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one! Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious deposition. Oh, disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, so I only play analysis. Oh, shit. Well, that's unfortunate. I would love to get everything from this banner. Hopefully. Alright, clearly there's been some disconnect in expectation, sir. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ongdu who's apparently been promoting me as, folks. I very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, but why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First it's about this nonsense about distortions and all. Then Force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. Slave. Cool. And the other day, they were again on about, what's its name? Golden Bow. Yes, they might be on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. On duty, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you were in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Loudspeaker, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Imagine bamboo-hatted Kim. I've just seen this expression. Imagine bamboo-hatted Kim with the Satoru Gojo glasses. When he wears in the hidden inventory act. That's what I can mean. Also a clear grade. Oh, I agree. Like, Ongdu has had the biggest glow up. And she has arms again, so that's also pretty cool. Look at that fucking derpy face. That right there, that's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turns it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can. Or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. But pray, make the purchase for me. I should cover the cost myself. No can't wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort. I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you in mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part... I see what they're doing. You had reached the... Look at his pain fucking face. Hold on. I just love his face. He's like, stop. You reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Ongdu's word left her lips, then her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day, I was just going to relax here and watch some TV. What
Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess.
Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah. I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Okay, I see it now. Oh, Miss Ongdu, you...
Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms.
I forgot I was Sinclair for a second then. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms. I remember loudspeaking asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms. Even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I'm gonna make a joke. It's like... It reminds me of Devil May Cry, and it's like... Give me the Yamato, Virgil. It's like, if you want it, you'll have to take it. You know. Like, she's gonna become Virgil. I guarantee it. My Henry's arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh! Such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation. 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous perspective of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Oh yeah, Canto 3 dude. Yeah, it was Canto 3. Whatever happened to him? Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction.
There was a straggling similar to the Schwartz Industries N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued.
Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LC's Phenomena deciphering team. And they put them on her for trial. Oh. Okay. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions.
Oh, I see.
For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. I miss my parents. He's probably going to say something like that. Exactly, Sinclair's getting mogged left, right and centre. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But... Sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. When he becomes Canto 3 Sinclair, we have to give him a deep, sexy voice. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory for you, or within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now.
I'm back to normal now.
Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. Are you sure about that, Dante? Are you sure? You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Loudspeaker that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay eyes upon every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please, girl. Oh, please, girl. We walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted taking in Ongdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, where's this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there were so many photos struck around the place.
Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera at least.
Sinclair picked up a small... I fucking hate that voice. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity.
What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah! There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out.
No. That's... Most of the risk. I used to pray for times like this. Let's go. I think it's still like 100 centimeters on a good day, so he definitely hasn't grown. No, he's just a bitch. Alright, so, I want to say one thing, right? I am a little bit disappointed and I guess not ecstatic, but let's just say I had the rug pulled from underneath me, but I'm not angry about it. By that I mean, because we saw Kim, right, and I think it's because I see what they've done here. Because Mersault has the bamboo-hatted Kim ID. It's a case of, okay, we expect Kim to be like Mersault. You know, autistic as fuck. Turns out, he's kind of the opposite. I like the thing of, like, he has that playful... what appears to be has that playful nature. But he can be serious when it comes to the Blade lineage, or people he cares about. Like, well, one of his own, so to speak. As evidenced by him saying, like, oh yeah, I guess you could say I got a debt to repay. And then looking at her arms, being like, oh, well, there's the debt he's got to repay. Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realised something. But Mersault's hand shot out before she could even finish. Let's go over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. Yeah. No worries, we're going to be all of this today, don't worry.
What did I do?
Exposure to sunlight damages these objects.
Why would he put a little bit out, though?
It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the red section of the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern.
Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yeah, it went back in.
With a quiet nod, Mersault took the object from Sinclair's hands. It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll from a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Mersault's answer came without any further explanation. But the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by NCORP are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Loudspeaker's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. It was real. Let's come up with a plan. The one piece was bamboo-hatted Kim's gorgeous face. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then the next breath she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Loudspeaker and I, we're still both trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unflailingly perky disposition, Loudspeaker 2 may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby. And it didn't seem like any of the other Synod teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment, either. Dante's asking whether distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. Most people we fought just now, they only got caught with the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is going to take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Loudspeaker swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point of a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more of a specialized policy referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed, the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So, in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector, or cause behind it. Stuff like that. You know, distortions are hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortions are never getting solved. But I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door in the fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Oh, not gonna lie, I was so just when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first. When things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo, apparently the resident of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like this way, become specialized fixer officers, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Loudspeaker gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, this is my N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't more so. I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Merso? Yes, manager. He said the line. Oh my god. You do not get better than this. You do not get better than Mercer going, yes, manager. Oh, guys, perfect. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given a camera briefcase in their possession, they are likely members of the Pinframe Team of Service de Clue. Probably said that wrong. Mercer recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf of his mind. Okay, Pinframe Team, huh. Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and interior and intersector. That would be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometime? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he used the encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. Meant for an N-Corp's Pinframe team. Seen him a few times before at N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here without, would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. That question mark. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from the combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay, Mersault, maybe this will be easy to answer, from an objective point of view. And that was why I noticed something I never imagined would happen. Mersault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, there is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. Give me 1 second. I need to just find something real quick. I say fast. I gotta check something. I need to know if we can finish this all in one day. Okay. We might be able to. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction caught me off guard. But I also wondered whether this response might be connected as to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it, then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the backstreets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see. My bad. As usual." Holy shit, character growth from Dante? Yes, manager. Hang on, give me 1 sec. Shit. I need to do that. I had to pull out 1 sec. Can you just zoom for the close up? Okay. Damn, okay, so. If you're unfamiliar, Mersault is inspired from The Stranger. Which, thankfully, I was lucky enough to read. Not rather recently, but recently enough. Yeah, okay, no, I'm digging this. I think I have faith, but this is good. This is gonna be a fucking good one. If this is going the way I think it's gonna go. Okay. Presume their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of NCORP's taboo, prompt elimination of violator, contact with an information, or forwarding a backstreets collaborating with NCORP's nest, identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Oh boy. Hold up. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. We're not sending taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually do leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of departments in charge. I'd say these guys here are NCOP staff.
Miss Agnew, what are you looking for in their pockets?
I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance. In my eyes, are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look, too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet. Let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an NCOP staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address Buddha Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio on the distortion photo might be connected. You know, you mentioned it. When that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play a detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Roger, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected, chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving to. You can just have like Don, only Don wear the outfit, right? Oh shit, finally, some battle. I guess we're playing a bleed team? Maybe? Could do a burn team. Burn team works. No, that doesn't work actually. Mariachi Sinclair. Oh, I don't know anyone else. Fuck it. Actually, no. We'll do Pinky Claire. The fuck you play BL team restriction? Well, I don't have a full. Actually, you know what? Hold up. I will field the Blade Lineage team, but it is not going to be good. Mark my words. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio of the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. I saw a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items. There are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. But it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. It doesn't hit the same as most, so I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in the film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Ongdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like my team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago to got myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the... Oh shit. Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Gongdu. So it is with life, there is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is necessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Matsui. Or you not dwell on what can no longer be undone. I misspoke, I did not mean it that way, Yongdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware you have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in the position to retrace the past. Mostly every eatery is where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Look, ow, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one where you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Ongdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I've written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Ongdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Young Ongdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but, I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree. And yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mento with his shoulders so embraced, and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honour, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Ongdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trails of unserving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Slan. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Aw, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy. This is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the incoming players, I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden... Pop! A sudden flash blinded my vision white. As though I had stared straight into bursts of a searing light. So intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was this same pop and... My vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's... Sorry. was loudspeaker's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. That wasn't part of the script, that was me reading, that was just me going, oh. It didn't take long for me to realise what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Ongdu? Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, Miss Ali was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mento? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. You know what, that's a cool word. Hold up. Hold up. This is how we learn as people. What? What does that mean? It's got to be curious. Verisimilitude. Verisimilitude is a quality of seeming true, real, or probable. Okay. Sick. I think I know what this is. This is a presence I haven't been able to detect it until just now. Somehow, it was now saturating every corner of space where we stood. With river stone walls, trees bent and called in grotesque forms, the sheen of light, and even the air we breathe. All of them point toward a single phenomenon. This. This is the depth of fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. It's not going to go well. The same happened last time when I saw the ankle blaze. So has NCorp employed? NCorp's not done this, right? Or are they triggering the reasons for going into? What? We're completely different distortions where the NCorp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Jesus, that's unsettling. Well, loudspeaker pointed out people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in bloodstained dopo robes were approaching his ranking with an easy steps. Let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Yongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Loudspeaker. And wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the two guns of S-Corp twice. And where Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. This is what the loudspeaker says. On your orders, Mr. Manager, men, prepare for battle. Not just the men, but the women and the children too. Did you get me your spell? Sadly no, that's why we played a sinking team. Hold up. So I said I'd play a Blade Lineage team. You're going to see just how bad my Blade Lineage team is. You're going to see just how bad it is, okay? Get ready for this. Go on somewhere.
죽습니다.
Sure, wait, give me a sec. Let's. All right. All right. Where is my? This is meant to be my. I played Lineage team. If you look at it like this, it's the. Because I don't have anyone else. Like, pretty bad. About purples. Yeah, it must be nice. Must be nice.
더 날카로운 검이 되겠습니다.
Awesome. That's right. We're doing this for reasons. Give me a sec. I lost all that now. Shit. 227 boxes. I need to uptype for you at some point. Wait, can I level you up? Well, fluid sac. Forget head. Lasso. Dawn, I don't have Blade Lineage Dawn, which is a shame, I guess. If I have a Dawn, Dawn ID, but Lineage ID for you, but I don't. So that would be the team, but yeah, it fucking sucks. So why would I? I mean, I could try something like that. Hold on. What can I do? There we go. Cause why not?
화점에 두지. 피가
출정이군요.
Oh yeah, Don ID. Who'd be a good Don ID?
망설임 없이. 망설임 없이.
Behold,
장습 준비 완료.
the team. If Sinclair dies, he dies. That's all I've got. Yo, just dab me up. How you doing? How you doing? So, frame 1, I need Sinclair to be killed. Otis, Here we go.
모조리 지워버리죠.
Bonk. Fun. Good, just getting up heavy with my limber skulls. You should be. It must be nice having good limber skulls. I wouldn't know.
초어 실력에 불확실한 것은 없네.
혼수는 금기다.
Over. Oh, it's those guys. Okay.
낸다.
Sick. See, I want to get the new. It's weird, but I'm very excited to try the new Honglu ID. Like, of all the IDs that we've got, I want to try him the most.
혈이 낭자오.
Good with that. I could take you down a hard blow.
운명적인 죽음일세. 미래를 과거와
고.
같이
That's kind of unfair. He's got it. He cured my flesh. Should be fine. Yeah, should be fine. He should win that.
볼 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Might go for that. I got a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea now. Fuck. Fuck. That is very unfortunate. Oh well.
예측할 수 없게.
How are you finding the new ID, by the way? Oh, the new Ishmael. How good is she? Is what I'm trying to ask. Like, I know she's gonna be good, but Time to pop this one out.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
DPI monster. Oh, okay. Lineage team. Everyone does. Don't forget to upside 4. To play Lineage. Yay, play Lineage. APR. I'm trying not to spend money, that's the thing. I don't want to spend money on it. But I will if I have to. Ah, God. Try these. That shit's expensive though. Shit's super. It's also a case of the issue of I want to, but I'm so close to finally getting my hay shoes fully upgraded. Oh shit! Newbie go time. Hold up. What the fuck is that? Generally, what is that damage? Why? What are we doing here? Oh shit! I could have used that way earlier. Fuck. Forgot about that. This is what this unit gauge into the falling druid scout deal 100% more damage against the main target. I wonder if that means if I wait 3 turns and then do this again, do the ego again, or can I just do it on like the basically do the 4 turns of Drink to the Fallen, right? When it runs out, if I do this again, because it said if this unit gained during Drink to the Fallen during this encounter, which is why I assume it would work. I assume it works that way, being like, oh yeah, you gained it once, you can just do it whenever, and you're gonna get it after that initial activation. So it's like, okay, it's been 10 turns, do it again, and then you gain this. That's what I'm thinking, but we all know how wording can be. So right, res baby, let's go. Alright, just steal the kill. Fuck, man. Most saw Don Sinclair and Otis to pair her with. There's a Blade Lineage Otis. Oh, is it Blade Lineage? What? No way. Let me pull up everyone's favourite website, proudon.gg. Just pull up proudon.gg, where you can go for all your gacha guide needs. Oh. Here we go. I'm looking for Otis. 2-step. Oh shit. Huh. Well, there's something new every day, don't you? Interesting. Cool. Honestly, overtuned, I love it. Yo, discount die. First of all, what kind of discount? Yeah, no, it's the first time I activated it. I had to borrow it because I got unlucky. I got shafted on my pulls. Great, you love to see it. I was just like, okay, here's 2 coins, deal 200 damage. Okay. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Ongdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. Huh, they're not changing it back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, yo, Dustin, how you do? Dab me up. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events. In a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right, you take that side, Ongdu. I'll search here. Loudspeaker and Ongdu moved us about as though they were used to this kind of situation, right? Even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, and began searching for space. Rivi. Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, Yet never before have I beheld our surrounding strange with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of the situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies, it would appear I have overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. Ooh. Ooh. Just got on pause because I had to hush my condolences. I feel your pain. I think I'm at like 72 now. Like, oof. Whereas last time, for like Otis and whatnot, first temple. Don't forget, Limbus Company, generous gacha game. They're very generous. When they want to be. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain point. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost the entire street. Then those people entered this space and got caught up in it. Our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. This fucking laughs at Peter with like. As we continue with a sheepish giggle, like. Picture fucking Lois is like, you know Lois Griffin. Just like, Peter, what's going on? He's like, hey Lois, I became a distortion. Like that's all I can picture. In any case, we won't be able to suppress our guilty distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. With a call, loudspeaker directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around. All of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Choo! Speaks propulsion and pursuit. Oh, bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chunokans, functionaries charged with scouting and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know. What the fuck? The homeland. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Science and technicians were daily being disposed of their stations in Escop after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who plied their craft about flattening Escop's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. What? What is a nobi? Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretch appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse of their power mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escorp operate by much of the same anatomy. As the breaching of taboo summoned the hunter, as the hunter first seized his prey, thereafter framed and captured with invented transgression. The powerful so desired to chase a man down, take possession of his very being and keep him caged, when they need only to decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what Escorp has become today. Yo, fuck Escorp. My mentor too is one of the victims of the accursed practice. And could these people have been set out to capture your mentor, or Yisang? Maybe perhaps, or none of us. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chinokans generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow, as if her head was starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the Escorp and its Chinokans have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, Will it not stand to reason that the distortion stains on nearby things in memory is most foul? The presence of Chinokans suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Cop's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. Oh yeah. In which case, the most plausible theory is that the particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo Hatted Kim, or Ongdu's memories. Probably, most likely going to be Kim. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess what the distortion wants either. Pop. Oh, if you prefer. Oh. No, that was better. A white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again, as the loudspeaker clutched her head and cried with annoyance. Oh, if only the team leader was here, cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The Echo employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense, they were about to attack us. Once finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chinokans. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched loudspeaker stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. You located him? Huh, what, Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Hatted Kim is right now.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Real quick. Ooh, okay. I'm feeling the next one's going to be really lucky for us. That's another summon. Right, so we've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that should still be pretty short. Right. Oh ho. Okay, well this changes things. Oh yeah, I do have it. Okay. Neat. Let me change who I field then. No, maybe we do go for full stop. Much I'd like to up type 4 Honglu, I just don't think I can justify it right now. Who else?
잠시 같이 걸을 텐가. 복지팀의 협조가 필요한 거지. 가시죠.
Okay, so I'm very aware that this team makes no sense, and that's because it doesn't. I'm just throwing shit together and hoping it works. That's it. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like S-Corp fellas. And things are going so well. We could just talk it out before these fedora guys.
Milady.
Who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go back and get them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. So, okay. Hold on. Let me go back. Then. How's the Scouse accent again? So like a... like...
Bloody hell. What's up with these gates? You shut up out of nowhere. Oh, so it's my fault then? Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, innit? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell.
Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Go with fucking joke. Best joke Olympus Company. Funniest shit ever.
Oh, for... How many bloody months you gonna get on and milk that?
Excuse me?
What? You got a problem too, mate?
No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends, had there been a cup of fine Macchiavelli to go with it.
Yeah, that's an enemy, alright.
He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD.
LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put every bastard having a dig at me?
Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. Also, what the fuck?
You slippery little rat.
Well, I do find this amusing enough. But if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's...
Yeah.
Wow, he took out all those doppelweighing purple people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and murmuring tales never linger on the stage for long after all.
Oi! Where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it.
How's that? Is that scouse enough for you? Because I'll admit, that one felt a little bit scouse in my opinion. 100%. There you go. Just making it really watchable for silly. Just let it know. Right then. We'll kill some people, shall we? Oh, what fun. I'm kind of liking Bamboo Hide Kim. Though it's like, on one hand, I mourn the loss of who we could have had, but I'm joyous for who we have. I can't tell if it's a... I don't know if they always... Well, yeah, it feels like they went with a... We're doing this to throw people off. Like, the shock factor, rather than... They always had this in mind, but I'm not against it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. How often does one purge just happen? Good question. Not offered enough. Or just the right amount. I think maybe like 3-4 times a year. Possibly. I could be wrong. Someone else probably knows more. That's it. I have to hit the phone we got ahead of it. Ah, God, I need to remember what this does again. Zero break count. I don't understand this. Yeah, whenever he decides, we was reading about Hanafuda Kit instead of just playing Match Color. Oh, not that. It's the because I know there's a Silly was talking about it with there was a new kind of like the discard lock effect, you know, with like the like Dicey Hong Lu. I know it's meant to do this. I know it's that. Just trying to remember how what the bright count was. It's 5 bright. Oh, let's see. I can never remember. Oh no, he's going to get bind. That would be so terrible. I would hate for that to happen. God, that sounds terrible. If only the slowest unit was afflicted with bind. Ooh, no. It goes on my homies love Kozan. Kozan is pretty nice, I can't lie. And whenever I hit it, I'm like, that's not good. It's not gonna be that much. But it's like, okay, here's 500 damage. I'm like, for free? Hell yeah. I would hate for my Lambo would be a bind. Oh god. Oh no. He's got 2 speed. Ooh, that was so bad. Ooh, I would hate that. Kill him. Kill him, kill him, Heathcliff. Exactly. I need at least like. Can we get 0 speed? Check this out now. God damn. I'll admit, I have been enjoying Hanafuda Ishmael so much more lately. I don't think I'd like her, and then here she is. Very likable. Sick. Superior Home Hamadi. Oh, he absolutely is. Hey, so with ADD Gregor. Oh, that was cool. Hold up. Hold up, that was pretty cool. I was not expecting that. Interesting. Yeah, like I was so excited by Koja. I stopped to be fair, like it's low key, just not even just like when I say she's one of the best units. I'm not saying this in terms of like a meta standpoint, because we all know this by now. Okay, but I mean like personal enjoyment and just personal preference. Fucking Koja is like so fun. It truly is the. I like because it's like the two different ways. You can either have the tanking protection build with like the plus 45 sanity, you got the negative sanity. I like the different ways you can do it. I just really like syncing. The ID ranking. I mean, don't get me wrong, Blade Lineage Morsol is now in fact best ID in the game. I guarantee there's a Reddit post out there.
But wow, this unit's so amazing.
Real quick, I've got to. Hey, what type 4? Is the defense is a 50% chance, right? That's a 50% chance to gain bright potency once per turn. Sick. Is that top 1 unit? Just not. He's hot. He's hot. Don't mind him. It's a Shadow's new ego. It's fun. It is pretty good. I mean, I have a counterpoint to all the Blade Lineage, Shadow Vested, Blade Slinger ego plays. I have a counterpoint for this. Are you really playing Blade Lineage, or are you just playing one ID? It's just even with the ego. Good, yeah. Good, I would hope so. Stop, he's already dead. Holy shit. It's a Blade Lineage Morsol. Yeah, true. It's the ghetto question. Are you Blade Lineage because of your ego, or are you the ego because you Blade Lineage, or something like that? Someone else could probably make a better joke like that. It's there, you can use it. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to.
Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, and didn't run off before anybody could grab him.
Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of him complaining about Kim. Lady Loudspeaker, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, men's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay. But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward. But nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Loudspeaker, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? But the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us to hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well that Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? Alright, real quick. Screw, don't be wrong, but like... Exactly. I mean, it's a case of like, sure, you have like two teams, like a separate middle team. Yeah, like, you can have a Blade Lineage on one side, and it's like a fun pet team. Like, it's fun, it's nice, you can have it. But like, yeah, boys. Issue Salt Hongler did push out full stop office. You know what? Good, let them rest. Heathcliff's still good. Honglu's just a bit. I sometimes find Honglu kind of lacking. Okay, so speaking of this, Otis just being Otis, you know, like all this, but I guarantee there's a reason why he did that, and it helped us in the long run. They just sang better than Index. I don't think so. No, nobody is. Reed sang best ID in the game. That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around, he was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. It's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but, okay, so he needs to beat the fraud allegations. But the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facility teams managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCA chief dude way faster. That happened, that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if we hadn't stepped in. Okay, so I think he beat the allegations right there and then. Even Lord Lou in a boys team, is that a thing? I mean, you could run him, Lord Lou, with the Ryoshu. The Drifting Blade Ryoshu, maybe. But Escort Honglu together with the rest of the boys team would be far better than other options. Yeah, so the options are there. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder, so yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Then the soldier was not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we're all here, we were all stuck inside the building back during the incident, so fine. Suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind, it's almost like, it's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day, one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? I think he'd be fine. Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions?
Bloke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit?
Gut feeling?
Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I got him all figured out.
God damn it, the accent's getting hard to do, I'm sorry. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Ethan scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle. Innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head in him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shine too. Said, I can hear them guys turning. Oh, I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life or death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning. Walks into a random pub, starts flowing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. That does like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, or stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. I was all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was a secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowded around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and have them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it'd play out that way. So this really sounds like a barstool bragging to me. You sure it wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you were saying as much, then surely this was one but among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yes. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. There's likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, more accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. Jesus Christ. There may have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Oh, my mentor does not seem fit to explain each step he takes. When all is past, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I would notice in the past. To wait, Domingotti began, hesitated, and stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose that team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine. As the others quietened down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. An exposure room. Yeah, see, the exposure room. There was a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then... Don't turn on the light. I heard Mersault's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find.
Mersault, where are you?
Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he... washing something? I'm developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh, didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed. Manager, I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than conjecture. But it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial numbers either match those found in the office studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Which makes sense considering both times we went into the distortion, the location-based type distortion, it was connected to photographs. Makes sense. Oh, where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations of the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Encorp's buildings. Or Encorp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photo must have been taken by a docugrapher. Mersault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Encorp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. Duty. There are approximately 21 occupants in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher. How could a person of such a decency lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Loudspeaker replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are ways of processing film rolls, but at NCOP you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh, yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows, they're only covered by newspapers. All messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Okay. Mersault came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging the battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have just necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Of course he is. Because he's Mersault, he's the best sinner. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Ed Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled NCOP's pinframe team in this very location. Oh shit. Roger close Mersault. Nah, Mersault better. I have a feeling I know what Mersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to safe position, manager. Mersault, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Okay. So, interesting. So what happens is we get into a fight. Oh, Bennett, we go to the distortion location. Actually, no, wait. Those two things might be unrelated now I think about it. Real quick, let's just get this real quick. Okay. Dang. I could look and get him. Maybe. Nah. Guys, so What I got from this? Yeah, so it... Okay, makes sense. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawls of S-Corp's backstreets that started with flesh, Ongdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. At the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I must give her a cum-jewel at first, it gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line, as they had been strung within the dark room remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location type distortion is most irregular. You can see them in the distance looking, being like, hey, what's going on? Indeed, the items we bought from the studio have already changed into images of various sides of S-Corp. Yep. Sorry, bad to sneeze. Yeah, those items we bought from the studio have already changed into images. Oh, yeah. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mersault stepped forward and plucked a few photos off him, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? He's switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This felt like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. Everyone seems to be busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mersault, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer and returned to his attention to the cylinder he'd been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flipped the liquid off with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to the light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? Oh, there are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Mersault took them. Yep, Mersault took them. I guarantee this is Mersault that took them. It has to be revolving around Mersault. Or maybe because of us. Who knows? Yeah, that's a city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. Exactly like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make candid experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if he also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of a random vertigo. Or is it possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? Dante, you've got to stop fucking just waving these things off. He's got to stop being like, huh, that was weird. I do have a clock for a head though, so it's fine. He's got to fucking stop. It's so fucking annoying. No. Mersault must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magician Sisfe. Sisfe? Sisfe? There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sysfur, oh, I think I've heard of that. Kind of experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too. But the only brand stamped on them is Grand Major Sin Shish for same name every time.
I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself, though. I can't really explain it, but something about me just feels kind of wrong.
It's that popular, huh? The process-based content of canned experience, known as experience matter, is supplied to reprocessing factories, where docubaffers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience. An easy example for understanding what would be to consider why docugraphers take photos of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture kind of experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured through a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help them take the picture. Most crass to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leaving through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to Escorp. That is, the Escorp from the past that only him and Ongdu would have been seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey Ongdu, can you get me the office catalogue? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7th Association. Let's look for one that we can take the request right away. Can someone tell loudspeaker we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people showing the photo has already been found. Where and how? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I guess you could say my gears are turning. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering a loudspeaker's question. DWRC? I fixed a Dewey regroup clock. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Heh. She's doing it on purpose. Roger's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Roger, you there? What? Dante wants to talk. Yeah, we're making Roger Scouts now.
1 sec, I can't take my overboard with the bread and pastries.
Nah, we're not gonna do that. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from the street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Oh, the flop. Okay. Yoshi, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread has, I mean, bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need a fight? I just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. Oh no, it's not a fight. Well then, what's this about? Take a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket. Bro, where's that bakery you're at? Oh, I didn't even notice the bread. I thought it was a scarf. She had run it, but it's gone now. Sick. Can't. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She even took one glance at the picture I held up and gave her a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to show his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Answering the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I'd guess it's the cannery's uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. If you require us that the cannery should bring us the information we need. Yeah, you're right. But it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She wanted the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Or she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name, am I supposed to know that? Maybe, I think it's a case of the pictures he took that we're seeing now are important to him. The experiences that he wants to experience. Interesting. Maybe trying to find happiness in them. Like, you know, the ordinary and mundane. Finding happiness and like the pursuit of happiness in that, rather than, I mean, it's the city, right? So you take happiness where you can get. Maybe visiting the bakery every morning to pick up sandwiches is a happy experience for this guy, or this employee, or whatever. She was named. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? I need to pee. I will be right back. Howdy, howdy. Oh, we are so back. Yep, okay with him. Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange and something smile before pulling something from her open pocket. A gun! He said he'd give me he'd give me 5 of these kind of experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw me a docugraph for the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? No, he kills people. Oh, I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I never hoped for. Hehe. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. There was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on a baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem. Young Merso. Are these kind of experiences truly possessed of such marvels to block all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does thou mean those who indulge in kind of experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and budgeting off of the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream that the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess, mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Bitch, your dream ended. Stop. Little Kanto joke there. Oh. Mass-produced kind of experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannabis production line is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered from intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon thy boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. The statistics have shown that users can't interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of a formation dependence pattern is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Aren't thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth, verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Fuck this owner. Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passersby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? Do you even got to ask? Of course I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket, so we can all share later. So, you already ate some? Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. Ah, it's a handsome stranger. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister. Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Bro really said, hear me out. Loudspeaker paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Frickin' waste of bread. Yeah. Loudspeaker's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, falling him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next. Roof and all. Best get away from him. Manager. Mercer approached me as we walked down the street, with Loudspeaker and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Or will it against the sun or other sources of light? As if it were a reversible film. Oh. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did, as you said, and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures.
Is this the same person in every shot? Is the same pose in all of them?
Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, the head looks like it's turning to the right. Oh? We're also going to look at the tiny frames in the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A sickly all colour drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes, or a thick book, and he's like, oh, he's doing the page flip thing. Yeah, you put all the stacks together. It's like stop motion. So this person is turning around. Oh, so the person is basically like this. And they start turning around like that. Okay. You start with the arms up, down. I mean, you make one small change on each page, and just the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. When you flip the pages fast enough, the drawing stops looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. Like this was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. Remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. I think that this is a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of NCOP's taboo. Ooh. Okay, so is that why the S-Corp's here then? It will be. Oh, whoops. It wouldn't be, right? Maybe? Let me change something real quick. It's mostly just I wanted to. No, that's fine. Keep it like that.
돌아갑니다.
Interesting. Interesting. What do we all think so far? Are we all locked in? Oh crap! And now they've broken the taboo. Okay. Wait. Does that? Yeah, technically it does. Because like we said, filming is a taboo, or motion picture is taboo in NCORP. And they've basically looked at. So you've got the film strip there. They've looked at all the images. Yeah, no, it has to be fun. So, Mercer's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we going to be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K-Cop and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had fucking Chad Gillius with us then. And it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners. But... oh, absolutely. Like, Mercer's nipples could just end world peace. No, sorry, create world peace. Some taboos can get us into serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them. Can't they? Taboos seem like they fucking suck. Because like the interpretation is always going to be different. I hurriedly turned to the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. So a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Ferris, what happens if this gets the manager killed? You know, guys, they're not dying and we'll be fine. N-Corp's not going to kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Are you sure? Really? Well, it might be bothered if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage. But it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be A-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? Team leaders said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp will be sicking their fixes out on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Alright, hear me out. Yeah, like, I know where this is going. Oh, Betty, I say no, this is going. It's a case of... yeah, I think I like how it's being adapted. I like how Mercer's being adapted here. It was made vague in order for the corps to control the economy, having them in every... it means people use the force casting spirits. Yeah, I mean, that too. It feels like a case of, okay, taboos are how we can manipulate and control the populace. Because it's like that there. It's like, okay, you've... because all they've done is see still images. But because they've gone from left to right looking at them, it's a case of... in fact, hold up. Let me go this way real quick. Just, actually, left to right. Does that work? Yeah. Oh, that doesn't work. Never mind. Ignore me. Also, I forgot that's the wrong fucking way. I wish I could have it like that, but... what can you do? So it's a case of... because they've looked at the images in a moving fashion, not in a moving fashion, but they've looked at it and they can see the person turn around. Almost like a film, so to speak. I think they'll be fine because they were looking at it, but Mercer actually developed it at the end. He did the process. Which appears in the books. I misread see. That's yeah. Okay, Rex. So you get what I'm on about then. It's like I wonder if they're gonna go the same route as what they did in the book. That's what I mean, because I'll admit, Limbus Company has done one good thing for me, and that is I've actually gone to read some of the books, which is good. Because I'm like, you know what, I want to get familiar with the source material. It's like I've done the Wings, I've done the Stranger, Moby Dick, you know, classic British literature. Of course, I've read that. Wuthering Heights, well, we've seen the film, like we've seen that amazing film, so it's like whatever. So the book, but they flip it like they do with Roger. See, that's what I'm not unfamiliar with. I feel like with Mersault, it's going to be hard to kind of, I guess, deviate. Wait, is it? Is it? Hold on. Because I remember reading that shit in high school. Or just school. I remember reading that shit. Hold on. Who in Melville? Oh shit, it is American. Ah, fuck. Why are we reading about American? Yeah, I just seen it there. Who in fucking American? Ah, shit. Well, ignore that. It's classic misinformation spreading. Let's go. Well, actually, if you think about it, America used to be a part of the British Empire. So we actually gave law and order to America. So they have a lot to thank us for, like, obviously. So I actually see America as an extension of Britain. So therefore, it is actually classic British literature. So you no, he figured the fish. It's fine. It's great. We cannot do the he shoots a random guy because he's bored. We can't do this, please. Please. Oh, it's like all I really want from this is Mersault to just be apathetic towards his own imminent. Or just be apathetic towards his crime. He's like, yep, I did it. Yep, that was me. Yep. You know, did you pull? We did pull, actually. Look, I'm just going to say the film was great. I actually haven't seen it yet. So I haven't seen the Wuthering Heights film. I just know that it's going to be absolutely peak. Because it has Heathcliff fingering a fish. So, there's that. To answer your question, no, Jimbo, we did. We got shafted. We're trying to get more tickets so we can do it again. I'm currently at 83 summons, I think. New haircut is new haircut. Thank you. I appreciate it. You have eyes. Wrong emoji. Oh, God. I know for a fact you put that fucking biting lip emoji. I know what you're like. Right, for the James Bond, the frame rate is within regulation. That will be sick of their fixes. Oh, see that. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is. And how close of an experience it provides to real life. Right, okay. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. What was that? Just frame it within regulations entail. 60 FPS. If it's 30, you're fine. You just get called a bad game and that you need a remake. It means the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You could technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Mersault, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning NCORP, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? The film from the ground and show it to Mersault. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analysed and compared with adjacent... Oh, waiting for Mersault to finish Otis. Otis rolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over here. We must analyse these frames. The film canister was labelled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. Oh, yeah, experiment number 4. It's meant to see how close we can get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. May even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. Question about taboos real quick. If you violate a taboo, does the nest just, like, know? Like that? Do you get, like, a little ping in the mind to go, like, yep, someone's just broken a taboo, let's go. Oh, is that how it works? I assume not, but also I assume yes. I know it's a lumber skull, but it could be anything. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? Docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I actually don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Also true. Perhaps, yet observe closer, the stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh! If that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. Interesting. This one made, assuming just, okay, it's a case of like, yo, this motherfucker just made a film, hold up. You wouldn't download a film, would you? There are cameras everywhere. I also go away from Mozart to agree to marry one because sure, if that's what you want. Mozart, kiss me. It's like, yes, manager. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo Handsome Kim, who had sprawled on the floor ever since Loudspeaker punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it notably shifts between each frame. Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. And the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film role deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, the film role does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. But not objective. Even though, I guess you could say. So he says to the manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of the Wings taboo. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test NCOB's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped there. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point in this case is a taboo violator on the run. Which is why S got there. Okay. That book is just so funny because... yeah, he's just like, okay. He's like, yes. Merso, do you want to get married? If that's what you want. I'm going to be honest. Just to talk about... just very briefly before we get back on topic. I've waited 10 cantos for this. I'm waiting for that moment when... and you know what I'm referring to now. I'm waiting for the priest. I'm waiting for that moment. When we finally see Mersol just lose it. That's what I'm waiting for. Sure, if a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life. So, it's like when before Dante said the thingy. It's like before, when it was like, in your objective, like from an objective point of view, and that shift immediately to, this is most like I've never seen it before. It's like, it's right there. I can't wait for it. Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? But suddenly feel that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-Hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything? Everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Didn't start before, so I believe that might be the priest moment. Possibly. That is a good one. I like that. Let's start by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he rushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through his camera, and another with the next, till eventually he ended up recording an actual footage. Cool, and that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with him? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreet to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here hear those unwittingly carrying across with projection? It would. Why was taboo? Shit. Did you get how to explain that, Mr. Brain? I asked him out on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshop if they could make him a projector. I think that most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somewhere. Or somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of NCOP to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector, innit? Backstreet blokes are down for anything long as there's coin. Oh, so how do we trap this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention, or just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at actual conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Good rule of thumb, by the way, for life. Like, I need to get somewhere. I'm going to follow those people who also look like they're going to where I need to go. If you see cosplayers and you're going to an anime con, guess what? Follow them. And it was common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area. Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect. The dance, please advise for. Also, radio instrument, glaring at people like they're glaring at. Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd don't show like they're gonna let us follow them. Interesting. I should have said, yeah. Heal. Perfect. I like the morsel distorted pair, that's cool. Oh shit. How's the sound, by the way? Is it not too loud, not too quiet? So, obviously I know it's going to happen because it always happens. But how good is the boss fight in this, in the interval? You know what I'm asking, right? I know there's going to be one. I just hope it's good. The fuck? Oh shit, what the fuck? Decent enough. You're a big fan. Okay. Right, I've just realized that's a cool gimmick. Hold up. Oh, okay. I have a feeling it's going to be a case of. So does that? I wonder if that changes every skill you've worked. Use fire. Okay. What would you do, Batman? I have a feeling it's going to be a case of... What I'm feeling is, it's either going to be an end court guy related fight like this, or it's going to be like the Chinokans. Most likely going to be S Corp instead of N Corp, but could be wrong.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보이다.
Okay, so it did work. Sick. Okay, hold on. Let me just fucking do that stuff.
해고 감독.
Perfect.
증폭.
Nailed it.
내 뒤로.
Hold up. Okay, that's one side. So this is
이미 입회 중입니다. 제게 말을 거는 건 룰
skill.
위반이죠.
Does it even say what skill I've got missing? I've been
이미
hit by.
입회 중입니다. 제게 말을 거는 건 룰 위반이죠.
Oh, it does. Oh, Suzuki misdirection. Jeez. Okay. Clash Pop has 5. It's probably better. Easy. Easy, easy.
한 점만 노린다. 좋아. 탄하구만.
내 뒤로. 아무것도 남지 마라.
I wonder how close we are to the end. So I do admit, I am excited to see this boss.
아메코.
Shit, man. Holy shit.
이쪽으로 와.
It's pretty good.
안전하게 지켜줄 테니까. 서리 개시. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통이 잘랐다고.
태풍.
I'm just looking for something in the meantime.
찾지 못한
No.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 줘서 철수하자고.
Okay, no, couldn't find it. Nice. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Oh my god, check this out. Here we go. We're finally going to get it. After this, we can play Blade Lineage. Check this out. It's not Vigo. Fuck. It's not even the wrong fish, it's the fucking worst fish. I hate this shit. Fuck off my fucking screen. We'll just do a single line. Check this out. Behold that. Okay. Well, wait, we're at 94. Okay. Surely we get it within this. No. Doesn't bother me. Yo. Yo. No, okay. Making sure. I really should just go fuck myself, apparently. KJH, why do you hate me so much? Just curious. I've done nothing but glaze your game, and here you are, fucking me over. Why? Why must he do these things? Alright, here we are. Got an idea. That's such a good idea, I'm actually scared. Just how good my idea is. Bam. The Wob funds. Ah! Wob's fine, but... I mean, I could do Wob, but...
내 뒤. 나부터 승리해야 할걸? 속 펀치! 필연적! 절대적! 결정, 해도 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Well, he is broken, so... That's fun. I've heard this guy's the other... Ah, shit, never mind. Yo, that's on me, that's on me. I forgot about that. Whoops. Well, that's embarrassing. Alright, it's time to shoot somebody in the face. This guy.
한 점만 노린다. 좋아, 탄하구만.
God dang!
내 뒤.
I wonder if that counts follow-up attacks as well. You know, a little thing they do. Oh, I don't think it would. Because it said Ego's defense. Does it count for follow-up attacks? Yes or no? It shouldn't do. Well, I guess we'll never know now.
당신 짝패군요.
Koza? No Koza.
내
Okay.
뒤. 탑봉창. 지키기 위해서.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠? 시야 확보. 쏜다. 지금 구해줄 테니.
Sick. How many enemies are there? Alright, last match.
이미 패중입니다. 제게 말을 거는 건 룰 위반이죠.
Where does Kozan start actually? Turn start, okay.
기껏
It's fine. Should be dead now.
내 뒤. 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. 사물. 앵카. 비가 오네. 아메코.
이쪽으로 와.
I'm turn 6.
안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
Crazy.
해고 감도. 증폭.
우리는 내 뒤. 지키기 위해서. 모든 공간에 맡겨졌겠지만 번째로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야. 아, 한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 노놨네.
So we have to be near the end, right? I don't like this. I don't know if it's just missing somebody. Hold up. Shit, I don't know. That. Alright, let's use the worst team you've ever seen, probably.
자,
It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
갑니다.
We can easily beat them all. We like him more now. Good. Alley challenge, what a waste of time. Whew. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service to Clue is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. Huff. Huff. What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. I thought it was to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I kind of see how they could think we've involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Most stood a footstep away from the rest of the sitters and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? I like that. What is he thinking? And it just cuts to Mersault's head like baby shark doo 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 baby shark doo. Anyway, his silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Mersault. I was struck by a sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him that it was a specific response for situations like these. Ah yes. Vatism. Exactly. Exactly, he just thinks about everything and nothing. He's like, he weighs up every single scenario that could play out and he's like, okay. Oh, okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? What's the deal with the Dustbloods not getting a release date? Just like, Mersault, what? He's like, no, think about it. It's one of the most highly anticipated games to release on the Switch too. Yes, manager. It's like, yeah, sure, I guess. So where's the release date? Why is it said closed network beta test? Or closed network test? And there's no date for that either. It doesn't make any sense, does it? And Dante's like, Mercer, what the fuck are you on about? Mercer's like, don't worry about it, manager. No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that. An answer. Nothing more. Yeah, just the indifference. It really is just the indifference at play here, being like, no, I do not. It's like, Mersault, talk to me, let me know what's up. Something's up. He's like, no, not really. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. Most particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere. So, with a curt, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that. He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because of precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze, are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. And I asked him again then, and I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning. Could I have found myself the smallest speaker to Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of travelling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you were previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss clock. I used to just sit here all day while we do all the fighting. They're pouring out of a building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Ah, got you. Be right there. A brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who were arrived precisely at the time Mersault predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell. The end comes to Tremor Season Trust. Yeah, burn season. But bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does NCOP have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Haha, it is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The NCOP fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen people or so. What were they thinking sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? That's smart. They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of a shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Bastard projector. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw in the Chinokan's face in our earlier battles. You can see the eye there, that's creepy as fuck. Reminds me of the Grudge. A round object affixed to it began to slowly rotate with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Man! Shield your eyes. Alright. I'm going to have a bit of faint ray of light. Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Yeah. Who had turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in NCOP gets... Of course I know. But I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Thank God, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Encorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words and black background. Oh shit, Honkai Star Rail. So you trapped me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, we still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even to care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You're under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Interesting. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your legal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery, in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brule of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. Hold on. Curious. Huh. Interesting. So excoriation is a skin picking disorder. A body focused repetitive behavior where a person compulsively picks at, scratches, or digs into their skin. Interesting. Let's go, Joe. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting that too. I'm getting that feeling. He's just so handsome all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck? What's this fellow on about? If you mean me to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang. Not even so much as turning around. Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the Encorp employee's nail-sharp weapon. No-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking of my whim guide. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. Why I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience might really care about the real thing. Repeat the same sentences over and over. So he's inside of this thing. If anyone wants to answer that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Encorp blazed attacks. As though he was going to telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade. Transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. True. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How could I, when that distorted being has no qualms, showing me the... Huh. Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting on the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. A split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Oh shit, how does he know? Yeah, we thought he would be a... So if I was like, I expected... It's one of the things, like, you would expect him to look like Mersault, wouldn't you? Where the... Like we saw, like, Mersault by Bamboo-Hatted Kim. got all the scars everywhere. He's rugged. He's downtrodden demeanor. He's very serious all the time, but he's complete opposite of that. I know, it's just one of those, like, I'm not disappointed. I'm not in love with it. But I'm pleasantly surprised that they went for this. Yeah. So natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? Pop! Sorry. I flashed more by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, as it came to view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Escorp, followed by a bamboo-hided camp surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. No way Escorp actually looks like this, though. This would be a fucking miserable place to live. Kyoto people shot me to death. Ongdu, isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, and they might bind and drag you away. Everything is so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening. But first things first, we have to neutralize anyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Next. Words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling the lies, I give you what you deserved your gaze. No, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Oh, is it trying to... We have to... Oh my god, wait. Is this thing after Kim? Is it trying to help him in some way? Bollocks, I'll be fine before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did. Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As we also identified, there was something different about the group of Chinokans this time. They were accompanied by something else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great quando of the Sal Circle. To be united in such a manner. Why drew Boba hung from the waist guard and knocked an arrow. Arrow. Suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Oh God, Military Commissioner Im Gyong Gyop. Oh, I said that wrong. How do you fare, friend? Have the signal arrows loosing, seize the accursed. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chinookan began to swarm us. Interesting. Interesting. Free memory transition. Okay. Current battlefield of the homeland. Gain or lose. Right then. Use a pattern made of single coin skills, and this is Tiger Hunt. Lower sword play. So you min on max stacks, convert all coins of this skill to unbreakable coins. Base power minus 6.5. Okay. So, does it mean this is just so good? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I like. Oh, it's one of it. It's the case of look. It's a good upscale for Blade Lineage. So the ego of a new idea, right? Really good for like Blade Lineage. Okay, undoubtedly amazing for Blade Lineage. Great support, very decent. And in fact, I like the way it's taken Bamboo Hatted Kim, who was already, dare I say, still pretty decent. Right, he was already still pretty decent. But it's given him another level of, okay, now he's crept back into, like, viability again. But the problem is, the rest of them are still kind of like, eh? And it's also a case of, you see online and Twitter and everywhere, well, like, oh my god, look at this instant of this skill, like, look at my Sinclair S1 clashing for 21. It's like, that's cool. Is it consistent? How often does it happen? And does it happen for a lot more people than just you? You know the rest of the Blade Lineage dead. True. Flash from end goal. Yeah, hold on. Take 5% damage from burn, bleed, tremor, sinking. Any effects of fixed panic machines panic turn reset SP to 45. Okay. When entering the account for the first time, game 5, Run Drew Brigade. Okay. Expires end encounter. 5 something, whole blade maul. Okay. Because unit has shield, gain 5 poise and 2 plus poise count. As many conditions met, includes. Finally includes a bow of the homeland arrow loose skill. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, so check for unopposed attacks. If in the turn after the turn in which the unit spent in stagger, when in low morale or panic. Final effects. Unless a 5-star plague stack gain fragile. Okay. On clash we gain 2 poise count 2 times per turn. If attack has 5 bleed points, if 1 bleed, 2 bleed count and attack end. Once per skill, 2 times per turn. Okay. It's got all these little things as well, like the used in the Warstride armors are not just equipped as they are piloted, escort, Juju brigades, and such armor. Much like Arco's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West. Where are the Knights of the West? Huh. Yeah, it's like. So that's another thing with like being viable. It's great they're viable. It's like, look, you can maybe get like 2, 3, 4 turns, use Salvage Blade Lineage, do some stuff, and then if they die, they die. It's a case, barely, it's a case of like. Look, if they die, they die. At least they can do stuff now. Before they die. Right, so... Unclashable with assist units. If this tiger skill is assist defense, assist skill convert into breakable. On hit, an opposed attack, or on hit against... Have it used assist defense skill gain 2. Oh, so it means. Oh, so it means like she can't clash with this skill. Okay. It's assist defensive skill. This was a Western based cop. Ah, okay. Oh, that was them. Oh, shit, okay. Okay, oh, I know the guys now. Okay, that's cool. But playing this shit is an event without, with a level players. Oh, I mean, mine's level 8, so. In fact, I didn't even know she existed. I don't know I had that unit. Alright, well, let's get this going then, shall we? god. Worth it. I don't know yet, but I'm trusting Shady Judgment, yes. I'll play his fuck office. I mean, that too. Right, I need a quick pee, so I'll be right back once again.
나부터 상대해야 할걸? 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Chat that as a secondary. True. Oh, what's happening? Oh, by the way, if you're new here, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Hi, how you doing? How you doing? I see you right now. Right. Oh shit. Oh, you still have the scope? So, Winter Rift. Let's read. Oh, yeah, I forgot that happens. Man, this trust is kind of fucking annoying. Shit. Shit, bruh.
예측할 수 없게.
Wondering if we were asleep when it was anything specifically worth to play Lineage than just being good. I don't know, I would suggest good. Like, I would say yes, maybe, but okay, like you need full sub office duo together. Heathcliff's still Heathcliff. Hoglu, you know, we got a different option now, and you kind of want to fill out on blade lineages so they all die. It's a weird one. Like I said, you kind of replace them. Like, how much ammo does Heathcliff have? Hold up. Let me double check something. Use pride.gg. We can go for your gacha guide needs. Heathcliff. How much? Where's the passive? I don't see it anywhere, but yeah. How much ammo does he actually have? You get what I'm trying to say. Hopefully. Right, she's still got that. That's cool. Love to see it. Huh. Heath lifts it nice, so he's got down. Sure. This teammate ain't cheap. I can't have his teammate up. 12 non-bullets. Yeah, so he's in there for what? 13 bullets and then he just leaves. That's pretty cool. It's like without full stop hunger, he's just there to do big PP damage. Do consistent damage, big nuke at the end, and then he does stuff. And then he just fucks off. And someone else comes in. I like this team. Damn. That's concerning. I think I'm gonna save that. Yeah, I think I'll save that. Hung loose skill 3.
예측할 수 없게.
Just to be clear, this is me when Thumb Sinclair Bunker Bunnies, everyone will do this. Shit, baby. Great question. Is this the boss, or is it like an introduction to it? Like we're gonna get more afterwards. Okay, nobody tell me then. Because I'm thinking on one hand, it might be. On the other hand, I feel like it's just setting it up. I feel like it's, ooh, it might be. Ooh, we'll see. It's gonna go to that one, isn't it? Fuck. Oh, well, no, it's fine. I thought they were right. Ah. Okay, so the little mobs have gone. That's cool. I like to see it. Ooh, what is that? Ooh, what's this? Okay, if this if target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, basically saying fuck Malfaust. I think this is PM's way of saying stop using Malfaust. Maybe. Hang on. Attack and on hit as an unopposed attack, or on hit against target that has used assist defense. Lose 2. Not good. That should be good. I mean, I ain't reading that shit. No, it's one of those, like, stop using Malfaust. It's like, we would, but Malfaust is just so good. She has how much health? What the fuck? 1,000 HP. Holy shit. Goes on. Goes on. Goes on.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보인다.
미래를 과거와 같이.
이쪽으로 와. 내가 안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
You got saw play of holy shit. Take one. Assume a different battle form of a homeland after 2 turns, use battle multi-coin skills. Sick. Okay, I don't worry about unbreakable coins then. Hopefully. I'll play with that, right? actually, you know what? I mean, do it that way. Perfect. I wonder when did Kim become so handsome. Look at him. He's not here right now, but when he is. I need some healing egos. I need some egos. Like, I can do Dawn. The Sangria has the passive that heals every time she hits. I think it's 3 HP every hit. Well, I've got Garden of Thorns. That's another one that heals, I guess. Do that because she keeps. Hang on.
나중에 이야기할까? 지금은 기분이 좀 그렇네.
What am I looking at again? I've set that to mind. This is literally unclashable. Why did I do that? I wasn't thinking at the time. But why I just do 2 egos when I didn't need to? No, it doesn't make sense. Trying to do shits and giggles, I guess. Also, I need to check. What were the workshops again? I know we got Muck, I know we got Nestor. What else? Yeah, well, I just like to remain oneself. I think it's a neat ego. I like the idea of you've got Thunderer for 5 turns. If you do the ego again before those 5 turns, you gain higher Thunderer. Which is just Thunderer but way cooler. Fucking hell. There's a smash out dying thing to smithereens, but there's one thing about huge warring is zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. If we could get rid of just one of them. More so than usual. As we're up against an insurmountable foe, not even close, not to mention how Loudspeaker and Ongdu were there to help us out. But shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. A big sword carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving the distortion. We're like a flush of options, are we? Our exit's blocked. Ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. The battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp. We simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyong Yop, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, our new gold Guru is back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had lured N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this one? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more expert experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Gyeng Yop or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. Also, like how she keeps saying that. I like how it keeps just a military thing. God. I'm really excited for Otis' Kanto. Fucking Otis. Quick Otis rant. She feels so shafted. Because she's after Merso. Merso, right? And she's before Faust. And you know Faust's whole thing is we're going to destroy Discord. Like, that's the whole thing with her Kanto. It's just, we need to kill Discord. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through the current predicament. Go Jillius to the rescue. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. Oh. Dungeon of the Fathoms, but how can I enter it if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCV regular check by the LCE. Callback, nice. He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Ayo, rip. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means regardless of where the bright flashes takes us, N-Corp or the twisted character of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay. So what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then. But this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be a photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience maybe one of them. True. And soon having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have all in relation to what has caused his distortion. So it's the concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was his core. was the core of his obsession. Canned experience. Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph canned experience. Not seems touched by it as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. And I think it's photographs to be used to make of that. Oh my god, that's what that was. Yeah, mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open Dungeon with Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Oh yeah, the scraps of, like, look at all the, I guess, scraps just lining up. So I can turn showing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece after dinner, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle.
Not a Zen riddle, no. Where'd scraps come from?
See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow. So conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. He also added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man. A man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up from his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune in what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideology, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness, but Paul loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had ever seen in Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once, in the past. It would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before was momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. This last week, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, I was going to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of Fathoms, but Hung, Lou, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the Encorp plays. Yeah, they're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Haha, probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can't travel through the pathway once it's open. So, yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo-Hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Fuck off, you little humble prick. We know it's as good as it was. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more about than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was running away from his problems. WTF. What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think a terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sod Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms of distortion, the distortion is gazing into. And what lies within must be my very own. But that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. We're about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end, moving the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Araya Shika's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating, go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCP. I can handle them all on my own. I believe that. You make a lone stand. Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a monster of the week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle it on my own. What the fuck does she mean? This is basically a monster of the week situation for Team Leader. God damn. I like to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah, well, I guess I just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as the employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, mentor, be warned when the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that Ongdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry. I love Ongdu. I think Ongdu's great. I like how he's just like, oh god.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
Right, how long is this dungeon gonna be?
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지? 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Yeah, I'm not fucking around with it. We're just gonna get in there.
더 붉게 칠해지겠.
So everyone's been living with my life, my photographs too. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into Escorp Street, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery. I wouldn't be surprised to find an Escort-themed haunted mansion. It's a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in her. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folks here had even the will to live on. Beginning to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If a distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how Escorp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that chonga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it might be a respite soul in mind, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the chonga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Ib Yongi up. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visit I have. Oh my god, he looks dope as fuck. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog backing up a wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog. Really now? I can see you up there lounging on that roof. Am I going to speak to the door like I'm blind? Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? Have such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive. Work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lonely mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows, suggests. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, and expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Giopion, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I also know that I deserve to be complimented with the epithet so grand as the principled. Aha, not a compliment, you see. Oh, aha, not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetoric technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordnance have no wit to engage in such banter? Okay, yeah, he's fucking Satoru Gojo. Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This is our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. And I'm just saying that if I were her, I would have never let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. She's friends with Heathcliff. Maybe, but people do find friendships in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Ah, fine, you have a point. I guess you do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. Yeah, Canto 5, fuck you. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to this sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled. Well, the world we live in is vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of the same luck that she took the joke well, rather than just trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they called Kim Lib. Bamboo Reinhardt, okay. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of the forefathers and exiled himself to the backstreets. With those sheer power of will, gritted teeth and scarred heart, did he find in the path of the sword another way into the nest, as the right state councillor's sworn guard of that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of mad butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councillor, if you will. Anybody a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Aha, not a compliment, just the word on the street. Huh, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Once you can pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Hatted Kim, thank you. Haha, and does he continue to veer away from the line? I would be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue trapezing outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and that's a huge fucking sword. Holy shit. Really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing around outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such an offer of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words, a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps yet such a not... Perhaps yet Yeah, such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? Ah, I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of a game of Suck John? Nah, maybe. Saving them for the festivities of Dano, I was throwing rocks at the passerbys. Fee on thee. That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Popio and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful, and we did not let my discontent be hidden. But the pea pie? But the pie and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious then. Oh, curious. Is it a right deed or a deed not right? P.O. Sal, whatever it is thou art describing. It is a well-known truth that Escorp is also known by its other name. Salpipio agrondistris. Salpipio agrondistris. Agroindustries? Agroindustries? Whatever. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depths of its responsibility have necessitated such divisions of labour. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 cult circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and PPO, each meaning flesh, blood and bone respectively. Oh, to limb their bones, okay. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grades, PPO responsible for meat and livestock, and P in charge of the technical aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at Escorp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, where they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable Escorp. Alas, but noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied, with Trinity now degraded to 3 quarrelling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honour but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and applies his rights as common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councillor, Todius de Sal rises to the seat of a left state councillor. With such a shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk reduce the livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook while bone and flesh collude like that of the emancipated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them to yield to both? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escorp. Ho ho ho. But the people with whom have targeted thou have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people, rats. Rats. Oh yes, the councillor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into a royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightly deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a klepto-rat? Well, I simply couldn't help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to be readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. For gall to scamper away with their expressive prosthetics, my men were having such trouble apprehending them, until now. Revise your intent, you were invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councillor. Return to this chonga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as fans. Oh, they fucked. Oh, they were fucking. Ha. She's a funny one, hmm? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct, haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escort? Please tell me she's going to get really jealous. That'd be so... I'll just put a cherry on top of what is happening right now. I must say, I find myself that relationship most intriguing, but the military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of a right state counselor, who was of the High Association faction. Still, I do know that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of Escort. His eyes go wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you had ties to a second order official, a military commissioner with a command over high-ranking employees of the wing of that. Well, I was in the service of the right state counselor. Who's the first ordinary, you know? Well, that might be true, yet. You would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in an exile from Escort. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, mentor. God damn. We made the Blade Lineage our home for Escort, availed to none for home but the Lineage, but you, mentor. I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kib looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. What a yap fest. I guess it was a good yap fest. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know whether to do this tomorrow or not. Not tomorrow. Finish this on Saturday. They're going to keep giving us all this stuff. Huh. You know what? I think we'll do this tomorrow. I think we'll do this a different day. I think we'll do it on the weekend. It's going to be quite long. I don't want this to be too long, so... Yeah. You know, we're going to finish this later on. So, with that said... just because it's been a long one, I'm just getting my tongues fucking tied. Like, yeah, so... Just going over it quickly. Tomorrow, we're starting Witcher 3. It's going to be fun. We might do Witcher Wednesdays. I'm big man. Hey, don't worry about it. Everybody labs, don't worry. So, real quick tomorrow, if you're new here, like, comment, subscribe, you know, follow on Twitch, blah, 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 all that good stuff. Saturday, we're going to finish this. The whole dungeon, the rest of it, and then we're going to try and do some forts, all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. Tomorrow, like I was saying, starting Witcher. We might do Witcher Wednesdays, that's going to be pretty cool. Hey, Witcher Wednesdays, you know, sounds fun. Maybe we'll see. But I want to try and finish that before the new DLC comes out. So there's that. Let me just... is there anything else I want to bring up? I need to get this guy. It's going to be fun. If I get it later on. Right, until then, I guess I'll catch you in the next one. Alright, take care. This VOD is going to go live on YouTube, by the way. I'm going to set it to public so you can rewatch it, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to do the same for the Saturday one. And, yeah. Peace, love, happiness. Catch you in the next one. Catch you in 2 days.